I'd like to call to order the meeting of the King George County School Board. I'm going to ask Reverend Shaw if he would come forward, and he's going to lead the board in a prayer.
What follows is a history lesson. On September 7th, 1774 at 9 a.m., this prayer was given by the Reverend Jacob Duché before the First Continental Congress. Some of the issues raised here came and went with the Revolutionary War. Others remain 2.5 centuries later, which makes it fitting to repeat. Copilot AI did an admirable job updating a few words from the 18th century Jacobean English original. Those wishing to change posture and reverence may voluntarily do so now. O Lord, our Heavenly Father, mighty King of kings and Lord of lords, who gazes upon all the inhabitants of the earth from your throne and reigns with supreme and unchallenged power over all kingdoms, empires, and governments, we beseech you in your mercy to look down upon these American states. They have sought refuge in you, fleeing from the oppressor's rod, and have cast themselves upon your gracious protection, desiring to be wholly dependent on you henceforth. We appeal to you for the righteousness of our cause, seeking your countenance and support. Take these states under your nurturing care, granting wisdom to their councils and valor to their defenders. May the malicious designs of our adversaries be thwarted, and may they recognize the unrighteousness of their cause. If they persist in their violent intentions, may your unerring justice move their hearts to lay down their weapons in the heat of battle. Be present, O God, of wisdom, and guide this honorable assembly. Help them establish a firm and secure foundation. May the scenes of bloodshed swiftly cease, replaced by order, harmony, and lasting peace. Let truth, justice, religion, and piety flourish among our people. Preserve the health of their bodies and the vigor of their minds. Shower upon them and the millions they represent the temporal blessings you deem fitting in this world. And in the world to come, crown them with everlasting glory through the merits of Jesus Christ, your Son, our Savior. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Shaw. If you'd please stand for the pledge. We have those at Sealston Elementary that's going to lead us. And Reverend Shaw, I didn't say that was from the Lutheran Church.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. Oh, stay up here for a minute. We want to hear about you. All right. First of all, tell us who you are.
My name is Joshua Rivera. And the thing,
So what's the name? What group are you with? That's what I meant by who you are.
oh, like school?
Okay.
Part of that safety patrol.
That's what I was asking.
Okay.
You're with the safety patrol. Okay, go ahead.
So the thing I like most about Roar Squad is the responsibility you have, and like you have care for everyone.
Thank you.
My name's Hawkins, and what I like most about Roar Squad is seeing all of the kids in our school.
Thank you.
I am Caroline, and my favorite part of War Squad is helping every student make sure they follow the rules.
Good, thank you.
Oh God. My name is Artemis, and my favorite part of War Squad is making sure that everyone's at their posts and doing what they're supposed to do.
Good, thank you.
I'm Cheyenne, and the thing I like most about Roar Squad is making sure kids are safe and not running in the halls.
Good, thank you very much. Give him a hand. Any board members have any questions? Well, I always have one. You've already said what you like best. What was something that happened during this past year that was kind of exciting or different, some event or something that happened this year? Can you think of one? Something?
Like, was there a time you helped somebody, maybe they fell outside, or you had to offer assistance to one of the students?
Sorry, we don't mean to put you, okay, go ahead. But stand up, stand at the mic, go ahead.
Learning to fold the flag.
Oh, all right, that's good, excellent. That is a great skill. It's something you'll see on TV and something you'll see for the rest of your life. That's good. All right, let's give him another hand. Thank you very much. All right, now we have a recognition for the VSBA Honor Roll recipients. Dr. Boyd?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. The King George County School Board has submitted the name of Rappahannock Goodwill Industries to the Virginia School Board Association in recognition of their support for the schools and for the public school students in our community. I want to read a quick excerpt provided by Ms. Rinko. The Rappahannock Goodwill Industries designed a 2-day workshop series to help prepare King George High School students to demonstrate workplace readiness skills at the region's very first reverse career fair. The Goodwill team traveled to King George from all over the region to provide in-person lessons and student interactive practice in job interviewing, elevator speech, and dressing for success at King George High School for a total of 200 juniors and seniors that came through the economic and personal finance classes. The level of preparation achieved by our charter group of reverse career fair students this school year would not have been attained without the dynamic, time-intensive engagement of Goodwill. So thank you all very much. We most certainly appreciate everything you've done for King George County Schools, and we look forward to extending that relationship as we work into the future. We really loved working with you, and we thank you for being here this evening. So let's give them a round of applause. And if you guys would like to come forward, and we have a certificate to present to you, and we'll also take a picture. And I think we've got some pins to provide as well. Is that right, Ms. Franco? Yes. Okay. Yep, so this is our 2024 Business Honor Roll. Rappahannock Goodwill Industries. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yep, we appreciate it. Yep. We'll take a picture too for
Oh, no, that's
Thank
very
you.
please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, changes to the agenda. Dr. Boyd, I think you wanted to make a change.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Under the closed meeting notice, beyond where it says resignations, we'd like to add the word hires. So this evening in closed session, it'll read review resignations, hires, and employee performance.
All right, any other suggested changes? Okay, next we have presentations, the Virginia Literacy Act.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Boyd. My name is Dr. Andrea Mananen. I am the coordinator of Reading and Language Arts for kindergarten through 8th grade here in King George. I am extremely excited to talk about literacy. I will try to slow down my talking because I can talk and get all excited, and I get very, very fast with my talking because it is my passion. It is my passion that every child has the opportunity to learn how to read, no matter what school they attend, no matter what they bring into that school day with challenges that they are facing at home. Every child deserves that right. And we know that that will create future opportunities. So it is my pleasure to start this presentation with you tonight. The Virginia Literacy Act is one that the state of Virginia spent multiple years collaborating due to the pre-pandemic literacy downward trends. So up here tonight, we have the focus areas of the Virginia Literacy Act. The first one is to define evidence-based literacy instruction and science-based reading research. Now, this aligns, once we get into those categories, we're going to align our high-quality instructional materials, specifically with our core curriculum, our supplemental and our intervention materials from kindergarten through 8th grade. The state really wants to do this well. They are implementing professional development on a very scaffolded approach for our reading specialists, for our teachers, and our administrators. Additionally, our reading specialists are also going to work with any student who was identified through our universal reading screener with student reading plans. I'm going to explain more of this a little bit further down the road. Families are a big part of the Virginia Literacy Act. Any student who has been identified that needs a student reading plan, the state and King George County Schools will provide free resources. The families will also be included as part of that conversation to develop their student reading plan. The big ticket for this is also aligning higher education. The state has acknowledged that we are smarter with our science of reading research and how the brain works to teach our students to read, and now we need to take action on that. This upcoming year, we will focus on kindergarten through 5th grade, and the following year, 2025 to 2026, that focus will be K-8. It's quite an undertaking. There we go. Point the clicker in the right direction. So if we think back when we first talked about defining evidence-based literacy instruction, that's any particular program, collection of instructional practices that has a record of student success. It's measured by valid and normed tests, and it can be replicated. So meaning through research, we now know the best way to teach students how to read. And VDOE wants to support all divisions across the state in making this happen for every single student in the state of Virginia. We better understand the science behind the research. This is actually a very simple image. It's known as the simple view of reading, where you have decoding times language comprehension equals reading comprehension. This image was developed by Goff and Tunmar, and let's see, I'm no math person, but if my decoding is a little bit off, my reading comprehension is going to struggle. If I'm lacking some basic language and background knowledge, my reading comprehension is going to struggle. So it's very important that all of these pieces are included. So the decoding, the sounds that the letters make, blending those together to make words, the vocabulary, the background knowledge, good reading comprehension. And if you take this very simple image and you flip it, so we have our decoding down here, our language comprehension. Remember, those two timed together equals reading comprehension. This is a very thorough image. It is Scarborough's reading rope. And actually, Hollis Scarborough created this image back in the 1990s to better help her parents of her students understand what students need to be good readers. So you can see there's lots of little components within each of those strands. They wind together, becoming increasingly strategic, automatic to really become a skilled reader. Wow, lots of things to consider in that simple view of reading formula. So with this very explicit image here, we can see that students are going to learn how to read if we have the right materials, high quality instructional materials. These particular facts that are presented on this slide were provided from the VDOE in our Virginia Literacy Act implementation playbook. Impressively, that when you have the right curriculum for students with high rigor, rich, 25 to 50 additional instructional days that we can see in students' growth. Of interest is the study by the New Teacher Project with our lower performing students making huge gains when they are using the right instructional materials and the right instructional practices. The ACT is similar to the SAT test, a college entrance exam, and they found that the ability to comprehend complex texts was the single factor that predicted student success on college entrance exams. If students are not involved in complex text and understanding them, they're not going to be successful in even entering college. So not only are evidence-based literacy instructional practices important and the high quality materials, when you pull those together, you have perfection, right? Systematic instruction, we're going from the simple to the more complex. We have an explicit language in English. We have 26 letters that make 44 different sounds, and there's 150 different ways to spell those sounds. That's a lot. We're going to offer our students frequent practice so that they become automatic and fluent with the right feedback from our teaching staff. Give them lots of opportunities, and we want to give them complex text through background knowledge. VDOE has acknowledged that these pieces are important and is now a requirement within that Virginia Literacy Act. What are the benefits when you combine those together? We're actually going to save teachers time. We hear that time and time again, that time is a big roadblock trying to make things happen. We found in these studies, again, from the Virginia Literacy Implementation Playbook from VDOE, 82% of teachers often go to find or create their own materials for their classrooms. And the New Teacher Project found that teachers spend almost 7 hours per week looking for those materials. So not only will this save teachers time, but every single student in King George, when we start this implementation, they're all going to have access to those high quality instructional materials and evidence-based literacy practice. Our goal as a division is to support staff in implementing evidence-based literacy practice and using those high quality instructional materials. There's some things to celebrate. King George already has a number of these high quality materials. Now it's time for us to use them more wisely, right, with the research. I will let you know that our benchmark phonics intervention was approved from the VDOE VLA approved list that met a very rigorous, thorough vetting process. Integrity, our phonemic awareness program, rewards, our upper elementary intervention program, Lexia Core 5, an online digital platform for learning that we had also requested in the budget this year, our Sunday system, and even a program called UFly. We are using all the right things. Now we're going to be more targeted in our approach with our students. We did ask for money within the budget to upgrade to the most current published books with Benchmark Advance, our Tier 1 curriculum for kindergarten through 5th grade. The version that we currently have in-house is a publishing date of 2019. The 2022 publishing of Benchmark Advance, that was the series and the curriculum that was approved by VDOE. So at this time, we're in a contract with Benchmark Advance for 3 more years, but we are asking for the updated teaching manuals and updated student materials to finish out that contract and have our approved materials that are high quality instructional materials for our students. Wow. This is just all the alignment. These are all the things that we know are right. So let's move on to the professional development. Because the Virginia Literacy Act is very specific in the best things for students, they're also going to be very supportive with the VDOE in rolling out the professional development. So let me tell you what's happening right now in King George County Schools. Right now, Dr. Boyd, Dr. Wright, Miss Hill, Miss Harris, Dr. Howard, Dr. Nice, and I have attended 3 out of 4 monthly Region 3 meetings. We have been able to sit in a room with other leaders, other superintendents, other English language arts coordinators to talk about how we are going to roll this out and do right by our students within our division. We've been developing our division literacy plan, and I'm excited to finish that up and bring that to you next month for your approval, because then that will go on to the state level where Dr. Coons will take a look at that and approve that, and then it will be published for everyone to see what are we doing here in King George County just to make our students most excellent readers and successful. Our elementary reading specialists have already been working. They've attended a 2-day summer reading institute in August. They are working within our UVA Virginia Literacy Partnership developed Canvas modules. They have 9 modules. 1 is released a month. It's quite timely for them to do that. And then they also have a 1-hour conference call with the regional literacy coach. When they're done at the end of the school year, they will have completed 60 hours of professional development, all on the evidence-based literacy practice, high quality instructional materials, and their changing role of coming out of the reading specialist as an interventionist into the reading specialist as a literacy coach. So they're going to help our teachers and our students use those materials that we have more effectively. This summer, our wonderful fearless leaders, they are going to attend a 1-day in-person training given by the Virginia Department of Education. They are going to learn about the science of reading, great instructional practices, quality materials, data analysis, and about that reading specialist role that is going to transition out. And I'm sure you remember this was discussed during some of our budgets about those interventionist positions that will then fill those roles that the reading specialists are transitioning out of. So very systematic professional development for every person that's part of helping our students just be their best. Another part of this professional development, PALS screening for our K through 3 students is a universal screener that is used across the state. It is no longer aligned to the science of reading and what we understand about students. So it too was revamped and realigned. And in fact, you can see this is that simple view of reading and Scarborough's reading rope. We have the decoding and we have the language comprehension. And when we have those together, it's all reading comprehension. It all relates. It just looks a little differently depending on who's presenting it. But this particular training for implementing our new system called VALS, will take up to 3 hours for our kindergarten through third grade teaching staff. As a division, we have protected 3 hours during our professional work weeks so that teachers can participate in that training, followed by a question and answer by the building reading specialist. So we feel very confident as we move forward to help our students. But we're not done yet. We have our reading specialists, we have our principals and admin, we have some teaching staff. We now need to look at our classroom teachers and who are touching our students the most for our all kindergarten through 5th grade and our kindergarten through 12th grade special education staff members. At the beginning of the school year, there we go. They will have Canvas modules as well that are specific to them. There are 9 modules. Each module will take 2 to 3 hours to complete. Those are going to be available in early June. So that will total about 27 hours of training for kindergarten through 5th grade and kindergarten through 12 special education. Our middle school reading specialist will begin the same training as our elementary reading specialist did. They will attend a 2-day training in August, and they will also have 9 modules that will take about the same amount of time. So when they are finished with their 54 hours of coursework and then 1 hour monthly meeting, they will have about 60 hours of training under their belt to help our middle school students and teaching staff. We know that any concern and intervention and enrichment we can offer with reading does not stop at K-5. It continues into middle school. Part of the Virginia Literacy Act is to also train our middle school teaching staff in the science of reading, but through an adolescent lens. So they may not have the same training as a kindergarten through 5th grade teacher. They're going to look at the lens of how can I use this and apply this in my math class? How can I use this information and apply this in my social studies class? They will have 9 modules, and we have been working to try to find time. I can see some of you looking with the amount of time for this training and where can this happen? Because certainly we want to support our teachers with this huge undertaking within their contractual day to take care of these demands that we know are going to help our students. 27 hours, but our modules won't open up until September, is what they predict at this moment. This is a little bit different than the English language arts staff. You can see it's a little bit shorter amount of time because the English language arts content is going to be a little more specific. And if you think back to that fact on a previous slide of the ACT test and getting in complex text, it is very important for social studies to get into complex text and learn that background knowledge and that vocabulary, and to get into science and learn that background knowledge and that vocabulary. So we need to include all of our middle school staff. Wow, a lot of things happening. Such a big endeavor with so many multiple components is going to offer us some challenges. And some challenges we have been able to address, such as the VALS training during the work week, and there are some challenges that we are still continuing to have discussions to address. One is our reading specialist coming out of the interventionist role, having an absolutely new position as an instructional coach. How can we support them in their learning in that process to help teachers learn to use those materials and use the right instructional practices? That is why we've asked for 3 more interventionists to help with that need. Ensuring that high quality materials are purchased, making sure that we are offering them the training within those right materials and how to use them appropriately. We're well on our way to that. Just those updated benchmark advanced curriculum would be helpful. We have new SOL standards coming out this year. Not only do we have Virginia Literacy Act and we have student reading plans and we have a division literacy plan, we have new SOL standards. And my counterpart here, she has new math standards. We're doing better, but we have a lot coming at us very quickly. We also need to revamp our standards-based report cards. New standards, we need a different report card that can show that and communicate that to our families. Last but not least, I'm going to circle back to time. Time to complete those modules. We have, as division leadership, sat down and looked at our teacher work day, professional development day, and tried to carve out some time for teachers to work within those modules. And I will tell you, it might account for about 15 hours, but you saw here tonight that some of those modules are going to take 27 hours. So really being creative of how can we show our teachers that we are supporting them in this very big, very important process for our students here in King George County. Big shift, but it's for the best. It's for our students. It's exciting. It's a little nervous and nerve-wracking for everything happening, but I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Bless you. We need to recognize that it's a big task. We need to support each other throughout this process. And if we do that, you're going to have a division that is so knowledgeable in how students learn how to read. They're going to feel comfortable teaching a range of student needs. They're going to use the right practices, the right materials, and every student in King George County will have access and support within those materials. They're going to be engaged, they're going to be challenged in their thinking, and they're going to experience high levels of success. So it's kind of my call here. This is a very exciting, lots of things, but it all circles back, what is in the best interest of students? This is in the best interest of students. So thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had a school board member, Ed Frank, is not here today, but he texted me a question.
Okay.
And wanted to know why wouldn't we start it at preschool to 8th grade?
That's actually a very good question. We're getting some clarification from the state because we have some information that talks about what training you will enter. Does that depend upon what grade level you teach or what your certification is? I will also add that Lori Wages thinks this is very exciting. Why would we not do the right things for our students? We are awaiting some information from the state on what we can do. If you think about this, you are talking about the whole state of Virginia entering into one Canvas course. Wow. So I don't know if we're going to be limited as to spots initially, but the Virginia Literacy Act was actually written for K to 5 for this coming year, and then K to 8. Do I think they'll go beyond that? Absolutely. What's in the best interest of students? But I just work for King George.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Rolls?
Great presentation. Would you mind just reminding us your name and your position related to this?
Sure. I'm Andrea Mannanen. I'm the coordinator of Reading and Language Arts for kindergarten through 8th grade.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, I have, I guess, a philosophical question. This is all, it is good. I taught elementary school 50 years ago, believe it or not. And I did teach reading, and I did teach decoding skills, phonics, and all this, but I didn't leave the rote memorization either. And I realized then that there were some students that actually did better with the rote memorization than they did with the phonics. In those days, we're talking about back in the 70s and before, there was a lot of freedom the teachers had to teach things, reading in the ways that they felt was best for the students. One of the key factors was, of course, passion by the teacher, like you obviously have. And almost any program will be successful if you got passionate teachers involved. I do worry a little bit about this is a lot of training, and I know that I just hate to see, it's not just this program, I think this will probably be successful, especially if you get the teachers to buy into it. That'll be the keys. Will the teachers buy into this, considering all the extra training that they're going to have to do? And I hope that they will, and I will support that. But I do worry a little bit as each one of these programs, we take a little bit more freedom away from the individual teacher to say, you know, I've been very successful at doing it in this way. And now all of a sudden I have to change to another way. And even the process, even though this might be better, the process and the number of years that may, you know, take for the teacher to say, okay, this is just as good as the way that I did it, or maybe even better, doesn't happen right away. And so I do worry, just like a lot of new programs over all the years that I've been in education, a lot of times something new like this is you actually don't see necessarily the increase at the beginning. You also actually will see a decrease. In fact, you can look at the research, that's pretty much across the board. Now, it doesn't mean eventually it won't do this, and I know that's what everybody's hoping, and obviously you believe the research will show that. I'm not saying anything except those are a few of my concerns. And I think that if you can get the teachers to buy into this and be passionate about it, I think it will succeed. But we need to be ready that it may not be successful that first year or so. Anyway.
I'm going to say it will be. We're going to be the oddball and just defy the odds.
Yeah.
But I thank you for your comment. You are right. Change takes time, and sometimes there is that initial dip, and then you say, what? Trust the process.
Yeah.
And in here, I would say with multiple research points, the state of Virginia is not only the state who has really said, hey, we need to rethink how we're teaching students to read. So it's not like we have pulled off on our own and made that happen. I will tell you the way that VDOE frames it, and I think it does it very well. Using the high quality instructional materials with the screeners, it's going to alleviate some of that guesswork so that teachers can be more creative in the engagement with their students rather than working on finding materials for the students. So they still have that ownership there.
That's good. Thank you very much. It was a good report.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Boyd.
Chairman Bush, if I could just add a comment or two and then also a request. First, let me say we are extremely, extremely blessed to have Dr. Mananen at the helm of this effort, and our instructional team, our building level administrators, our division level administrators. We've all been very invested in this process for months, if not years at this point, right?
Yes.
And we begin to learn new things every day, and we're taking it in stride. And I think we've got a great foundation laid, and I think the future is very bright with Dr. Mananen pushing forward with this. One thing that is of greatest concern, as she pointed out in the presentation, is the number of hours specifically for our kindergarten through 5th grade teachers that they'll be involved with professional development. I'd like you to take a look at, and I'll describe these documents because the board will take one and pass it. The board will have an opportunity to take a look at it. What you have in front of you, and I'll just describe to folks in the audience and those online. Good?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure if I needed to stay up here, but you're fine.
Okay. So what you're going to see first on the portrait piece of paper is a table at the top, and this is a snapshot of an elementary school teacher. So in that table, what you see is the typical amount of time per day that an elementary school teacher compared to a middle and high school teacher has to tend to lesson planning, professional development, really anything that involves their focus away from their students. So if you see in the top left-hand portion of that, you see your elementary school teacher. On a good day, and I emphasize the word good, they have about 40 minutes. To take care of their professional development needs and all of the other many responsibilities that they have away from their children. The middle school, with the current bell schedule, those teachers have about 63 minutes a day. And on the block schedule at the high school, those teachers have about 90 minutes per day. And you can see in that table how those equate to weekly planning and monthly planning time. So again, our concern in talking with our division leadership and our instructional department is those 27 hours, those modules that our kindergarten through 5th grade teachers will need to complete next school year. It's quite a bit of work. It's an effort that we will be all in on. King George County Schools will be all in on the Literacy Act. But in order to do so, we sincerely believe that we have to provide some time for our elementary school teachers to accomplish these tasks. So I want to draw your attention to the landscape paper, which is the King George County Schools 24-25 school year calendar. And what you will see is a small update. You will see that we have, and again, this is a request that would need to go before the board, but you will see in pink 6 proposed elementary early dismissal days throughout the school year. What this will be is we will have the elementary schools dismiss before our middle and high schools, which will provide our elementary school teachers the time they need at the end of the day to complete those professional development modules so that they do satisfy that 27 hours of training within their contracted time. And it's not something that we're putting on them in their personal life or really any other place that it really just does not fit right now. So we've taken a look at our professional development days across the division. We recognize the number of hours that we can afford to give our elementary school teachers, and we know that we need more in order for them to satisfy the 27 hours. Next year, we will be all in on this. And in order for us to get this done, we would request your consideration of these changes to the calendar.
What time would they dismiss each on these early dismissals?
This dismissal would be, I think we said 12:15, was that correct? 12:40, thank you. 12:40 would be the elementary dismissal, and this would just be the elementary schools dismissing before the middle and high on those 6 prescribed days.
And on these days, the professional development training will be online for them to just get online and do it, or is that correct? I mean, I want to make, this is a good plan, but I want to make sure they'll be able to actually complete it.
Absolutely. So the modules should open up in June. So if there's a delay, I believe by August, we should be fine. But what we'd like to do is structure time throughout the school year so that teachers aren't taking in all 27 hours and kind of getting overloaded, but to do a small chunk, have support within our extended plannings with our reading specialists and myself, and talk about how we're going to implement and use these strategies within the classroom. So yes, the half days that we're proposing, they would then go on to their computers, Canvas. We use that in our school system, and so they would go in and they would work on the prescribed model, and then we would go ahead and talk about that within our extended planning shortly thereafter.
Okay, so they do the training on one day, then before the next training, you'd have a time where you would go and discuss what they had gone through.
Correct.
Verify they've completed it and discuss it and so on.
Research will show you that to give professional development and not have any follow through is just a waste of time, right?
I agree.
So we want to support our staff, and this request for additional time, in my mind, would not only support the staff and their comfort level, knowledge, and skill base, but it's also going to show them that we care, that we want them to do that well for our students' benefit.
So if you're dismissing at 12:15, you said? 12:40, that would be a little less than 3 hours before the end of the day. 6 times 3 is 18.
And then we also have some time built into our other professional development.
And so they would continue to do that in their regular professional development days throughout the year.
Correct.
Okay. Because obviously they'd be 9 hours short, but
right, and understand those professional development / teacher work days, they also have some other things to take care of on those work days.
That's my concern.
To protect that time for them, in addition to the requirements that we need for the Virginia Literacy Act.
And remind me how many professional days that are kind of for everybody besides these 6?
6 total.
6 others?
Yeah, and we've done a pretty good job this year leading up to this, talking about whether or not portions of that day would be division level PD or school level PD or work in your classroom time. So we've carved that out pretty specifically. We know at this point that in order to satisfy those 27 hours, we need to provide our teachers some extra time on task.
Yeah, because I was going to say it would still be another 9 hours of the rest of the 18 hours that they'll have. So half of the regular PD would also have to be dedicated to this. So that would only leave a total of 9 hours for the whole year for the rest of the PD that may need to do.
Yeah, and so that's a good point, because we've talked about it a number of times at the school board office level and the building level. Next year is going to be the Virginia Literacy Act year, most certainly for our elementary school teachers. A lot of other professional development needs, I don't want to say we'll have to take a back seat, but this is so important and such a heavy lift. I mean, in all of my years in public education, this effort here is an enormous one, taken on by the Virginia Department of Education. There has been training from superintendent down to every staff member. It's huge. So we want to make sure that we provide enough support and time for our staff to really allow King George County Schools to put our stamp on this and do a wonderful job.
I've never seen, yeah, I agree with you. I've never seen professional development in one particular area have 27 hours required. This is the first that I've ever seen it too.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's exciting.
but if the entire administration is also bought into this and giving those hours, then, and only knowing they only have 9 other hours the whole rest of the year, so it should be successful. All right.
So this is a change to the school calendar. It would require board approval. The benefit of approving it next meeting is some time to kind of think it over and vet it and take a look at it. The benefit of considering it and approving it tonight is that we have an opportunity to make sure that our staff knows of this change before we leave for summer break.
And that's a big one, right? Because teachers are going to be planning. That's my last question before I ask the board. I'm sorry, board, forgive me. Are the teachers right now and the elementary teachers aware of this proposal? So I'm thinking about their plans for the summer. I'm sorry.
No. If it were me, having a homeroom teaching my students, I would want to know what my year was rather than feel the burden of having to try to do this when they open up in June on my own time.
Okay.
And I would know that not only do I believe that it's important for my students, but they do, you do, we do,
Yeah.
all in.
Yeah, that's good. All right, board member, sorry, I just kind of hogged the time here. Any questions about anything?
Yeah, just a logistical question. So for parents who make use of after-school care, and possibly through Parks and Rec, has this been floated to the Parks and Rec or anybody just to feel out their availability to take the kids for these extra hours for these 6 days?
It will be after it's approved by the board. We didn't want to share it with too many folks, but we certainly will. And I've met with Mr. Clark on a number of occurrences where the school schedule may adjust after school needs. So we'll continue to do that again.
They tend to be pretty flexible.
I think so, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions?
Mr. Frank had a question, but I sent him a picture of the calendar, but he was asking why all the teachers were meeting August 1st. And I said it looks like it's for teacher professional development and workday.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, I think it would behoove us to make this decision now because otherwise, if we wait, it'll be, as school is out, and it would be good for the teachers to know now. I know if I was a teacher, I'd like to know, even though it's for beginning in the fall, I'd like to know. Any comments or do I have a motion, one of the two?
I move that we approve the modified school schedule for the calendar year 24-25 as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, we do have a quorum, and I apologize, I did not mention that Mr. Frank was absent, but we still have a quorum before of us. So all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, it passes unanimously.
Thank you so much for that support. Greatly appreciated.
You're welcome.
Thank
Please, I
you.
want you to understand that my comments were not that I wasn't in favor of this, I am. It's just that having this background, a couple concerns. All right, do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3712A of the Code of Virginia, I move that the board convene in a closed meeting to review resignations, hires, and employee performance, and for discussion specifically division superintendent's contract as permitted under 2.2-3711A, number 1 of the Code of Virginia, and for the purpose of briefing by staff pertaining to actual or probable litigation or such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the public body as permitted pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-37A, number 7 of the Code of Virginia.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We're in closed session.
That was a big one.
All right, do we have a motion to return to open session?
I move that the King George County School Board return to open session and certify that pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3712D, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the chapter, and only such public businesses matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the public body.
I second and certify.
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 And I certify as well. All those in favor, say
Aye.
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 Chair votes aye. We are now in open session. Actions resulting from the closed session. Do we have a motion to approve the personnel as presented?
I move that we approve the personnel as presented in closed session.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. They are now approved. All right. It's funny, on this paper I have, do we have a motion to adjourn? Nope, we're not there yet. All right. Norms, the governance norms and protocols, if you would look on the, I just erased mine accidentally. If you look at those, basically, Mr. Frank wanted to look at all of the norms and protocols and make it our own. And I agreed that can be done. We talked about doing that at the work session. So we can look at all of these, but that's at least I would like, if it's the decision of the rest of the board, to make these 3 minor changes as moving forward, at least for now. So we have those changes. If you would look at that under the norms and protocols, the first one, and we're going to have to, if you look at 4 and 5 under the norms and protocols, 4 and 5 is identical. And Dr. Boyd, if we could cross out one of those, and so there'll only be 5 instead of 4, because 4 and 5 are identical.
Yes, sir.
So if we could make that amendment to this, then the next suggested change from the last meeting was item number 3. Under the following protocols, the first were norms, the following protocols, the board packet is distributed no later than 4 days prior, rather than saying the Thursday before, because sometimes we have board meetings on other days. And then the last change, if you go down to the protocols, was the board evaluates the superintendent annually as per policy CBG-F, which just simply makes that saying the same thing as our policy. All right, any more discussion on this? If not, can I have a motion about these 3 changes as one of them as amended?
Well, so the next work session we're going to have is to go over this again in detail.
Yeah, but we said, let's go ahead. It was suggested, and I'd like to see it. Let's go ahead, especially because the current change as far as item 18 basically says we would evaluate the superintendent by June 30th. Now, in other words, she's already erased that. So I'd like us to at least make, and then 4 and 5 are identical. Let's at least correct what we have, and then we can go over the whole thing. All
right, so we don't need to fix it right now, but I'll just throw that for, it's kind of weird right now. It's been like this for a while, where you have that red box saying the school board approved this on June 7th, 2023, but then it has a 2022 date down below. When we actually do this, make it final after the next time, we should get rid of the red box and just make the one date correct for when we approved it.
Yep, that's a good idea. All right, do I have a motion to make these changes as amended?
I move that we make the changes to the norms and protocols as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. They're amended. All right, next one is work session dates. If everybody could get out their calendars, we want to come up with at least one work session date, and we can talk about what we'll discuss on that date. I did hear from Ed, and basically he said that anything, I'm sorry, let me get my phone out. Anything after the 11th, he's free, but he would prefer it be after 5. I think he was thinking about Mr. Rolls. So we need to have something definitely before the next board meeting, which I believe is June 6th. Is that correct, Dr. Boyd?
June 3rd.
Oh, is it June 3rd? Okay, thank you.
I was thinking that we should just do it on the Monday that we would ordinarily have another meeting, the 20th. The 20th of May.
I'll be out of town.
Oh, okay.
And what, go ahead. you were gonna
About the 19th to the 26th.
What about next Monday, May the 13th?
I have to be in Richmond.
That's right. That's right. You told me that. You're in Richmond 13th, 14th, and 15th. Is that correct? All right. And the 20th, you're out, Mr. Rolls?
That's right.
All right. Right.
What about the 15th or
That's what
16th?
I'm looking at. 15th. Yeah, the 15th, 16th, or 17th?
17th is graduation.
Not that. 15th or 16th?
15th would be good, I think, for me.
15th is good for you?
Yeah, I think that'd be right for me too.
He said after the 11th.
Comes back the 11th.
So the 15th is good for everybody? All right. 6 o'clock? Is that good? He said, yeah, anytime after the 11th. 6. Can you turn my volume down a little bit? Is that possible? Oh, all right. That's okay. Can you hear me now? All right, good. All right, then Wednesday the 15th, 6 o'clock, work session.
And the topic is purely the board norms or?
Well, we had several. Let me read those that I have. We're going to talk briefly, we'll give a report about the Hopewell trip and about cell phones, but cell phones will be a part of that conversation because Mr. Frank wants to be part of that for sure. Then we're also going to talk about the norms and protocols. We're also going to spend a couple of minutes, let's see, man. Cell phones, norms and protocols. Oh, we're going to talk a little bit, I had written down here, the joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors, and then also improving communications within ourselves. And that's an open topic.
What did you say about joint meeting?
That we should at least make a mention about in the efforts to try to have another joint meeting for better communication like you originally wanted like 6 months ago. Just a discussion as to whether we want to continue to pursue that or to just not pursue it with the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
That's all. Now also Dr. Boyd's contract, but that would have to be again in closed session. Can we have a closed session during a work session? I don't know if we can.
Check with Cheryl. I'm not sure.
I think I'm not sure. Why couldn't we?
I don't see why not.
All right, check with Cheryl, because if we can, I think we could have a further discussion about some of these things on the contract. And I think that was it. Improving communication with ourselves, cell phones, brief conversation about joint meeting, norms and protocols. Anything else? All right. Next on the agenda is consideration of preschool options. Dr. Boyd.
And just before we move on from the work session dates, I'll check on a location, see if we can have it here on the floor, and if not, we'll go to the school.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So Ms. Higgins, can you pull up that? So just an update on our the consideration of preschool options. If you remember at our last board meeting, Mr. Rasavi and I met with Mosley Architecture and gave them some marching orders in terms of the 3 options that we're considering as it pertains to preschool moving forward in 4th elementary school. So we are still waiting for Mosley to provide some of those, some of that analysis. Some of that analysis will wrap around costs, timing, things of that nature. However, in the interim, what we had, what Ms. Wages did for us is really give us some options to consider when it comes to the 3 options and how they affect our programmatic needs in King George County. So that is a bit small, but what you'll see in the presentation is, number 1, the 3 different options. Option 1 being the standalone preschool, and again, the standalone 4th elementary school, which is really the idea that was mainly birthed out of the feasibility study. And you can see there that she has a list of pros and cons, pros on the left, cons on the right, that break down into specific areas. So you'll see, I won't read all of that, Certainly let you guys take a look at that. But some of the considerations are the facility and the benefits that the standalone preschool would have in relation to the other options. Some of those options consider programming and scheduling needs. So again, a standalone preschool in terms of the facility, I would say mainly, and in terms of the programming and scheduling, we're building that from scratch. So the value there is that when we're building that facility, we're considering things like ADA requirements. We're considering things like the need for bathrooms in classrooms and many of the other needs that we find to be important in our preschool programming, which Ms. Wages, who I should say would have loved to have been here this evening, but she had a prior commitment, and so she did provide this. But as Ms. Wages has pointed out a number of times, the preschool experience is different than the standard elementary school experience. So she points out on the pros side of that standalone preschool option is one where we could make the preschool experience, one that's whole for those students. Programming needs and scheduling needs, again, if we're building that program, that school from the ground up, we can certainly build a program and a schedule that is extremely effective for our younger students. The staffing model, staff can be shared among programs. So if we have a standalone model, or for option number 2, which is the Fourth Elementary School with the preschool wing, a strong consideration that we have to make moving forward is the itinerant services that we use in the school division. So this is like speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy. These are services that we often have visit our schools. And it's an important consideration when we talk about where our preschool students, specifically our high needs special education preschool students, will be housed. If we are in a central location, then it will be easily accessible for those itinerant services to access those students. The third option is one that divides our preschool students up among our 4 elementary schools, and it would be a challenge for our itinerant services to make it around to all of the different schools and service the kids that way. Transportation with the standalone preschool building, again, all buses would be heading to one central location, which would be potentially valuable, although neighborhood schools with neighborhood buses is also something that we can consider moving forward. So if you look at the con sides on standalone preschool, we do believe at this point, even in preliminary discussions with Mosley Architecture, that the standalone preschool and the standalone Fourth Elementary School will be the most costly option. Also in consideration, which we haven't talked about yet, but certainly will be a topic of conversation moving forward, is a new preschool and a new Fourth Elementary School will have great needs in terms of furniture, staffing, technology needs will all be very much increased, and they are in a growing community, but it's one that we should keep on the minds of our community and on the minds of our Board of Supervisors, because building the school or building a preschool or building a Fourth Elementary School with a preschool wing is really just the beginning of this conversation, because ultimately, once that school becomes operational, things like the furniture that we need to fill it, things like the technology and the technological infrastructure, things like the need for new staff will need to be considered with all of those options moving forward. Any questions about the standalone option from Mrs. Wages' viewpoint?
Ms. Davis?
Yes. Talking to the Board of Supervisors, they did suggest that we bring a few options to them. But with something like this, and I think that would be smart to even have that cost, the reminder of the cost of what you just said, staff, equipment, furniture, things like that. Just lost my thought.
Lost your thought?
Yes.
Maybe the Fourth Elementary or the elementary? Money for, is you talking about the extra costs?
No.
Or giving him several options that we may choose priority.
That was one of them, giving them several options, but I'll come back around, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Good Lord.
So, yeah, I do have trying to remember now, we had gotten prices before, but I talked about potentially putting a school board office above the preschool. That's the cost we've gotten so far. Those were only for the preschool, and the school board office would be an additional cost beyond what we've seen so far.
So in the feasibility study right now, as it sits, the expanded feasibility study, they have given us cost estimates for 4 items. One is the 4th elementary school, and I think, don't quote me on all of these, but I'm pretty sure I'm close to being accurate. The 4th elementary school estimate from the Mosley expanded feasibility study was in the ballpark of 55 million. The preschool was 27 million. The addition of the school board office on top of the new preschool was, I believe, 13 million. And then the 4th consideration was the intercampus traffic pattern up to connect all of the schools on that campus, and that was in the ballpark of 2.5 million.
I remembered.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I think my suggestion would be moving forward is deal with this in phases. So let's build a standalone preschool first. And I got some advice from, I almost said Dr. Collins, Mr. Collins, build a preschool first and then phase out how many years or when would we need the elementary school built by. And I think breaking that up would be smart because we can throw 27 million at them and say, this is for the preschool. And then in 3 or 4 years, we'll need an elementary school built. And this is the cost for that.
Oh, okay.
I just don't know if we have 3 or 4 years for another elementary school. That's my thought. But
Well, if we're able to fit a preschool right now and find 4 or 5 classes at the elementary school, on an already tight school, I feel like we could, well, maybe it isn't 3 years. Maybe it's a year. I don't know. I'm just saying, I think if we build it in phases, it'd be more cost effective.
I hear you. I think it would be valuable to, because we're going to need another elementary school very quickly. I agree with you on the phases, but let's make the presentation as a package, and this is phase 1, rather than
Right.
saying we're only going to present this one
I agree, yes.
a couple years later.
I think we should put it as a package, just like you're saying. And then, but what he said to me was, as we do that, because I asked him that, can we build a elementary school maybe later? Would that be presentable? And he said, yes, that's an option. Just make sure you have when would that be built and the cost of that.
So I think it's an important consideration, and probably one that's probably going to weigh on the minds heavier with our Board of Supervisors members, because this is going to be a conversation of not only expenditure, which, how much it's going to cost, but also leading up to this, we've had presentations from Davenport, who manages our county's funds, and it's going to be a conversation on revenue as well. And I know there's a lot of conversations in the county right now about how we increase revenue and what approach we're going to take as far as maybe bringing business into the community. I think as it relates to the county's ability to build those facilities, that's going to rest probably most heavily on our Board of Supervisors. I think our responsibility is going to be to continue to express to them the needs of our school division in terms of whatever it is, a 4th elementary school or a preschool. So, and probably most specifically here in the next couple months as it pertains to this referendum, I think that we need to continue to make our community aware of the capacity our elementary schools have. In other words, the number of seats that they have available versus the number of seats that are currently occupied, probably accompanied with, and many folks know this at this point, the growth rate associated with our community. So if you consider all of that, and that's a big question, the amount of money that we have in our community to spend on these very expensive, we get it. This is a huge investment for our community. But the amount of money that is needed for these projects being the backdrop, but probably more immediate is the growth rate that we have in this community and how fast we're filling up our elementary schools. So if you talk to somebody like Mosley right now or RRMM Architects, they'll tell you that a project like building a new school from beginning to end is a 3 to 5 year process. So if you consider that, if we're talking about, we're going to build a preschool, let's take that option, then we're on a 3 to 5 year time frame, which if it's separate from a fourth elementary school, could put a fourth elementary school in the ballpark of a 6 to 10 year out. And I don't know, based on our current numbers and the growth rate in this community, capacity versus enrollment right now, if we have 6 to 10 years to wait to build a fourth elementary school. Is that clear?
Oh, yeah.
Well, no, maybe to him, but I guess I'm not hearing percentages and I'm not hearing, because when I looked at our growth rate, it's averaging it to be 2.8% over time. But then when I checked the enrollment, it was lower and lowered. Or I don't know if that's true. I mean, I did a couple searches and trying to find the best website to look at the data. But that's what I was seeing, is that our enrollment rate had dropped.
So what you're going to see right now, and typically this time of year, if you're looking, there's a million different ways to look at data. If you're looking at this school year right now, typically in the spring, most schools drop. What we have in King George County is we have a number of students that graduate halfway through the school year. They're early graduates. So usually about somewhere in the ballpark of 50 to 75 of our students graduate early. And then really just through attrition, we'll have less students at the end of the year than we do at the beginning of the year. That's why the state typically takes the average daily membership on September 30th and then again on March 31st. And they take an average of those two to take a look at your overall membership in your school division. Now, that conversation aside, if you're looking year over year, more
That's what I was looking at. It was year over year.
yeah, so probably a better measure, the best measure that we can have as a school board and one that we can share with our school division is if we pull up Power School right now or at the beginning of the school year, I can tell you specifically on this date, and it'll fluctuate by a few students, sometimes by the day. But we can take a look right now at the number of students in every single one of our school buildings. Next to that, we look at based on fire code and also VDOE requirements in terms of the number of students that we can have in a particular classroom. That's basically our capacity number, how many students we can have in a school building based on fire code and based on VDOE capacities. What I will do and I'll continue to do is I've done this now, usually through the budget presentation, through the CIP presentation, and really any opportunity that we have to present to the community, taking a look at those two numbers, where we currently sit in terms of number of kids in, let's say, King George Elementary School versus the number of students we know can sit in King George Elementary School. And I'll do that for every single school building. What you're going to find right now is, and I don't see this changing, Sealston Elementary School is over capacity. We have more students at Sealston Elementary School right now than the number of seats or the number of seats that school was designed to serve, number of students that school was.
And that school's what, 50? How old is Sealston?
Oh, the date on that's our newest school.
15
I
years?
don't know what that date was. 20. Yeah. 18 to 20 years old, somewhere in that ballpark.
So if we're growing so fast, and that's what I'm hearing, then why build half a elementary school and a preschool? Why not build a whole? Because cost?
Well, ideally, what we would build and what Mosley is using right now for estimates is about an elementary school the size of Sealston Elementary School, which is about a 750 student elementary school.
And that's with a preschool attached.
That could be with the that's what's we're up for. That part, one of those options is with the preschool attached. Correct.
Let's look at, those are good questions. Let's look at his, let him go through the other two, and then we'll have more in this discussion.
Well, and again, I'll stop for any time if those are good questions. Very good questions. And really, what we have to do is probably as a board, start considering which one of these options sooner than later we would like to push forward with, because it'll make a huge difference for Mosley. It'll make a huge difference for the referendum. It'll make a huge difference for things that we've discussed, like cost and everything else. So option 2 is, and again, these are not in any particular order, but option 2 in this presentation is the 4th elementary school with a preschool wing. So again, this provides us a 4th elementary school. And again, Mosley is estimating an elementary school of about 750 scholars. And the pros here are that the preschool staff, wanted to stay together. This option provides that, and for a number of reasons that we don't have to get into tonight. The facility is one, again, because we are building it, could be built from bottom up in terms of the accommodations that we know we need for special education preschool students. And then many of the same pros that were referenced in option 1 would apply for this option as well, because this, in essence, is also a standalone preschool model that is connected to a 4th elementary school.
This would also, I see the cafeteria close by. She mentioned that last time, but then also in things like nurses and other things, they'd be able to use that. They wouldn't need where if it was a preschool in a separate place, they need a nurse for them. Where if they're with an elementary, they could share that.
Yeah, excellent point. So the point is that, whenever we build a new school building, there are services like custodial services, right, cafeteria services, nursing services, obviously instructional staff, and the list goes on that we need in order to manage that building effectively. The more standalone buildings we build, likely the more staff we need to satisfy those needs.
One big question that comes out, and I'm sure the other board members may have one, is that considering what Ms. Davis had just mentioned, is it possible that using this 4th elementary or preschool wing, that it could be a phased approach? I know we're talking about a wing, but that could be connected. In other words, could you build, the preschool and then have a way to, within the next year, do the preschool, or vice versa, do the elementary? Sorry. In other words, can this be somehow phased into 2 pieces?
Yes. So I know for a fact that Mosley, in fact, Mosley is the one that did our middle school. Our middle school actually was built as a school that can expand. So the question is that could we build a portion, like let's say the preschool wing, and then phase 2 of that building plan would be the 4th elementary school connected to that preschool wing? Mosley would tell you yes. Or vice versa, where you built the 4th elementary school and then the preschool, or however you wanted to design it. That is certainly a possibility.
Good.
My comment on that is then when we were adding on to the middle school, we had to reroute all the students. They couldn't be in the building. So then what do we do with the preschool students again?
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's the most efficient way to do it.
Right.
The best way to do it would be to build it all together. I agree with that. And that could be, I guess what I'm seeing is we need to present to the Board of Supervisors what will meet our absolute needs, because we don't want to get in trouble. We don't want to get, end up in courts or whatever. So we need to present out our need is, considering the timeline that it takes to build these. Obviously, if we did an elementary and a preschool together with the wing, the second option, and we presented that as one package, and it takes 3 to 5 years, I'm thinking that we have immediate needs in the preschool, and that could be one. But then, of course, if we were to build the elementary later, then it's probably 3 to 6 years away. I think that'd be an issue. But then where would you put the kids, like you said? In fact, there'll even be more of a problem in the next few years. I guess what I'm thinking is the first option should be what is going to meet all of our needs. In my opinion, that's an elementary and a preschool. Whether you connect it together or whether you would do it apart, like the first option. But anyway, other questions?
So when you mentioned 55 million, was that for this option or was that for just an elementary school?
That was just an elementary school, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know a concern that's been raised to me before is just how incredibly expensive the price was to the standalone preschool first pupil. At the end of the packet from last week or last meeting, we didn't get a chance to look at it because it got so late. We had some prices for elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, and cost per pupil. And looks like we didn't have strictly preschool numbers, but for the average cost per pupil for elementary school, it was $58,000, whereas our proposal for the preschool is more like 90,000, so approaching double. So any insight as to why the preschool per pupil cost is so high? Let's go back to option one.
I can only speculate, and again, this is based on Mosley's feasibility study, but the number of students that you can have in a special needs preschool classroom is far less than the number of students that you can have in a general education standard elementary school classroom. So that, I think the numbers you just quoted there had to do with per pupil expenditure. Was that what that
Right.
was?
Yeah. So 27 million divided by 300 pupils. That's what I understand.
So you're going to be able to service less special needs preschool students per classroom than you're going to be able to service in a regular ed elementary school. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And I wanted to go back to your initial point, Mr. Rolls, is all of this. I think what Mosley is going to end up telling us, outside of maybe a few facility modifications like bathrooms and things of that nature, what they're quoting on us on is a cost per square footage. And if it depends on how we want to look at that. If we're looking at a fourth elementary school as 750 pupils, and currently we service about 130 preschool students, how are we looking at that? Are we looking at it as we would plug those 130 preschool students into that 750 person elementary school? Or are we saying we want a 750 person elementary school with a preschool wing on it? Because the cost there is obviously going to be substantially different.
But I think that the numbers, to me, more than the cost, what are the numbers and our needs dictate? I hear what you're saying, but it's like we're saying, what can we afford? What's the best, in terms of money? But that's really not the question. What do we need to make sure that we're going to have the facilities for our growth? And then looking at it. So I hear what you're saying, but we might need a 700 pupil elementary school. Maybe we could get by with a 500. And so more maybe information about, I know that's hard because we don't know everything that's going to happen. We do know we're growing. We can look at past years like Ms. Davis was talking about, but we need to kind of make that decision based on what our needs are going to be in 3 to 5 years, rather than just simply, where do we put that extra 130?
And I think that's a good point, is that Mosley and many other firms are familiar with working with like Weldon Cooper and things of that nature, and looking at growth rates in communities. But to Mr. Bush's point, if we build a 750 pupil elementary school tomorrow, we would not need a 750 pupil elementary school tomorrow. However, part of our consideration needs to be, how far off into the future do we want to prepare our community for, in terms of the needs in our school division? So for example, if Colleen's saying that there's a 2.5, 3% growth rate in King George County, then does a 750 pupil elementary school take us 10 years into the future? Does it take us 20 years into the future based on that growth rate and the projections we know that would come from Weldon Cooper? So in other words, as we did with probably every school we had, but probably most recently with Sealston Elementary School, when we opened Sealston Elementary School, none of us were here, but we didn't walk into that building at capacity. We walked into that building far lower than capacity, and then the Hop Yard community has just blossomed. And at this point, that's pushed that school over capacity.
And that's what I was thinking too, is that Sealston was built 15, 18 years ago. It may be another 15 or 18 years. So where are we going to be, even based on current projections of 2.8% or whatever it is? Where are we going to be in another 15, 18 years? Because I'm seeing that once we build this fourth elementary, that's probably how long it would be before we consider a fifth.
Yeah.
So where are we going to be in this 12, 15 years time frame in terms of our needs for elementary?
And that's really probably a very important question for our Board of Supervisors and our development committee. Where do we see our community being in that time? What type of growth are we considering?
How foolish it would be to build a 500 capacity elementary school and then within 6 years it's full and now we're in trouble
Right.
to come up with another school or expand.
Well, and I don't want to muddy the waters too much, but we built King George High School in 2000. The cornerstone of King George High School was 2008. The first class that entered King George High School was 2009. When they entered that school, I want to say they were somewhere in the ballpark of about 1,000-ish students, possibly. When I came there as principal 9 years ago now, we were just north of 1,200 students. Today, we sit above 1,500 students, and that building was built for 1,500 students. So I know we're having this, and we're having a very important conversation about the needs that we'll have for elementary school students moving forward, but we really are not far off in this growing community that we live in, that a high school or renovation or an extension of our existing high school may not be a possibility.
Yeah, but something to consider is just like you're talking about with Sealston, is this growth rate is probably mostly coming in with elementary kids more than they were coming in necessarily with high school kids. In the past, you look at Hop Yard, like you're saying, those are families that probably are not coming in their 50s and 60s. They're probably coming in their 30s and 40s. They're going to have kids that are between 5 and 12, 15 years old. All I'm saying is the growth is going to go up. So the elementary would be first, and then you're right. I would say within 8 to 10 years, we're going to need to expand or build a second high school and middle school. All right, let's go. Let's go on to the.
Well, I mean, we're not going to sit and guess about this. And we have a service that can make these projections, make a recommendation, right? So, I mean, when should we expect that?
Well, we're hoping to get something here between Mr. Wasabi and myself from Mosley here very shortly. And I think where we are in the short term is that we need, so again, I don't want to get too complicated with this, but in order for the referendum to be placed on the ballot, we need to get a cost estimate and, to my understanding, a rough timeline to the county office before August 1st. So that's the information that we're going to acquire from Mosley. Mosley has the ability to do some bigger, wider angle projections, which they're in the process of doing. And we're still waiting for that information. In fact, Mr. Wasabi and I spoke the other day, and we're still waiting to hear from Mosley. We hope it's relatively soon. So you were pointing to head back here. Okay. So again, the final option, option 3, is the Fourth Elementary with the preschool programs dispersed throughout. The pros for this is the facility. We can use our current facilities as well as a Fourth Elementary School and divide our programs up amongst the 4 elementary schools. Again, our preschool program divided up. Programming and scheduling. We would have to assess the specials and the alternative curriculum. So what this says here is that when we plug our preschool students and our preschool programming into our elementary schools, it's different. A preschool experience is different than an elementary school experience, but as stewards of that school now, which we'll see next year at King George Elementary School, things like access to the gymnasium, things like access to the playground equipment, all of those things have to be considered and worked around when we talk about the programming of the preschool versus that of the traditional elementary school. And things, that list goes on and on. The transportation is part of that conversation. There's a number of other things that become part of that conversation. Staffing, if we have our preschool program dispersed throughout the community, then we certainly can maybe lean on some of the existing resources in the existing elementary schools, but it's something to think about. Do we use the existing counselors? Do we use the existing technology folks, social worker, nurse, and so on at those schools, or will we have a need for additional staff in that model? If you look at the cons over on the right-hand side, there will be impacts on our current building. So Potomac Elementary, Sealston, and King George Elementary School may have to go through some type of renovation in order to make those school buildings preschool to accommodate our preschool students. And as Ms. Wade just put here, it would no longer be a preschool program. It loses kind of the preschool experience for children and families. So there's some things there listed that are almost the opposite of what we've talked about in terms of facility, programming, staffing, and transportation. I won't read all those bullets, but if there's any questions specifically, I can see if I can speak to them.
I think my understanding from the Board of Supervisors is we need to let them know which one of these options we're really, as a school board, that we want to present to them. We could do a priority list. Our first option is this, the second is this. But I think maybe even tonight, how does the board feel about giving or letting them know one of those options we consider to be the first priority?
I think we should wait until our work session so that Mr. Frank could be involved personally.
Can we wait that long?
We can wait that long, and because I would say that having this conversation is a healthy one, and one that's taken us in the right direction. But there's still, I think Mosley is going to lend a lot of information to this conversation as well. They're going to give us some more cost estimates, some projections as far as some community considerations that we need to make. We have really, I would say in the ballpark of about a month to work through this, which would put us in time.
Okay, so even if we were to tell them, say on the 16th, the day after our work session, that would still be enough time for Mosley and others to put together costs so they could have, the Board of Supervisors would have all that information.
Mosley is working on those costs for all three of these options as we speak right now. Yeah, but we don't have that information yet. So I think that weighs into our consideration as well.
Will they have those by the work session in the next 9 days?
I'm not entirely sure, but I'll reach out to them tomorrow and see.
Does everybody agree with Ms. Hoover?
Are you looking for us each to just say which option we're leaning towards now? Is that what you?
Oh, well, no, I agree with you. As long as we can wait, I was worried that maybe the timing of it might be difficult. But if we can wait and we get costs for all three of these by the time we have the work session, then I agree, especially including Mr. Frank.
So you mentioned Weldon Cooper. So how is using them for projections? What all do they do? I mean, they do a variety of things. They're not, Mosley can build buildings, they can design it, but Weldon Cooper doesn't do that, right?
No, Weldon Cooper is more of just analyzing growth trends and census data and things of that nature to consider growth rate of our community, growth rate of the school age population in our community. They'll take a look at, in fact, we've worked with them in the past, and they can help us with things like where specific growth is going to be in our community, which is going to be an important conversation when we talk about attendance zone, changing attendance zones and things of that nature. So they don't do design, they don't do anything of that nature. They're more on the end of trends in terms of growth and census data.
Okay, so is that just more expensive to ask if their help with, or are we already asking for their help? I'm just trying to decide what we're asking of Weldon Cooper versus Mosley.
Yeah, it would be to serve two different purposes. I think what we need to do right now in the short term is get this information back from Mosley. Make sure we relay that information or work with the county to use that information to develop the referendum. And then in the interim, we can reach out to Weldon Cooper and see what that would cost and what type of analysis they can give us in terms of growth rate.
Okay, yeah, I'm just curious because it doesn't seem like Mosley is necessarily a disinterested party as far as our projections.
Say that again?
It doesn't seem like Mosley is necessarily a totally disinterested party as far as what we project for our needs, since they're the ones who are going to build the buildings for us if we say we need a lot. Right? So I don't know.
It might be valuable too to have the information from Weldon Cooper about our growth rates and what they expect would be in 3 years, 5 years, economically, census-wise, and everything else for the referendum. If we could have that, this is where we're going to be in 3, 5 years, and so on. Here's our current capacities, and
for all the schools, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then the community be able to say, "Oh my, we're going to have to. We got to build another school." Because if we just say you want to build, all they think is you're going to have to raise taxes. But if they see we don't have a choice, so maybe Weldon Cooper might be valuable. I don't know.
So I sent you an email, or I forwarded to you that am I allowed to say the names that send us emails about? Anyways, we had a constituent send us an email about, are we looking at all the awards or grants that were offered in Virginia to build new schools in situations like ours where we're outgrown?
Mhm.
Do we look at that? Because he said he wouldn't be for paying for that until we've exhausted that option, those options.
So from the very beginning of this, the county and the school division is working with Davenport. Davenport is very aware of different funding models that are available. In fact, we considered way back when this was a topic of conversation prior to the bonds that were the $27 million bonds, I think $27 million
21,
bonds
yeah.
that were being considered. Davenport was working with us and the county in order to explore different funding models. So we'll continue to work with them moving forward.
And that's something to consider too is we currently have $7 million to go towards these fees that will lower that. The preschool cost would take, it's $8 million just in the fees and inspections and things like that. And that's with the administration building on top of it with the preschool. It would be around $33 million. What I'm saying is we have that, and we might even get more than 7 million, depending on how low they can get the fire station costs. And I'm pretty confident they're working very hard to get that lowered, and so the rest of that money would go towards us.
That'd be good.
So what I've done is I'll just add preschool options to the agenda for our work session. And if we get any information in the interim, then I'll be sure to provide.
Yep.
So that's what, like 5 or 6 items now for the work session?
So, well, real quick, because like the cost, and I'll shut up, but just the new preschool by itself at the $26 million mark, 5 million of that is in fees and testing, which we already have that money, and a bond guaranteed towards us. So our cost would be 21 million.
If we just built the preschool.
Because we have the funds already for the fees and inspections. I know that's just looking at the preschool, but that is our biggest need right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. Okay, we can discuss that at the,
Like we're letting, I don't know.
discuss that more at the work session. Those are good points. All right, let's move on with this. And if you finish, Dr. Boyd.
For now, and then I've added it to the work session agenda.
Right, good.
So we can also have these slides as part of the packet for the work session.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, moving to board comments. It was a suggestion last time, I believe, made by Mr. Frank that maybe we move the board comments. Just a brief discussion, if we can make it brief, about that, moving it up forward. I think part of that had to do with our student reps, which for the next few months won't be here, but still a concern for when they come back. Because many times we're late, like today it's going to be 10:15 or so. So any thoughts about moving the board comment up?
I think another thought with that was to be able to comment shortly after public comment, because
That's right. It was.
then you can perhaps touch on whatever public comments are. So I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so much moving it as splitting it, because I mean, people are largely here up until the closed meeting, so it would be good to be able to comment on anything that happened up to that point. And then we're going to do all our other business afterwards, so we might need to have another comment period, but might need to specify it's not double the comments. It's just you focus on what happened in the up until that point, and then second one just for that part.
I see what he's saying.
Well, I just see that extending the meetings longer. I mean, I understand your point, and there's some validity to that. I just, again, I like to be able to make all the board comments at the end. We put everything together. The one value I can see is if we're gonna, because most of the people that do make public comments, shortly after the public comments, they leave. And if we were to push this up right after that, I'm just a little afraid it becomes almost a conversation with those making comments. Anyway, it's just my thoughts. I would like to just keep it like it is, but I understand if it's the will of the board to move it, then we will. So do you want to?
I already spoke. Before I speak again, do you have anything to say, Mrs. Davis?
Yeah, did you want to say something?
I see the value in, I think when someone takes time to come to a school board meeting and address us, I see the value in responding to them, because they're not going to hear our response unless they a week later get back on to watch what our response is to what their comments were. And then the second thing for me personally, I I like breaking it up in a sense, and I understand your concern because we do have that, but we can probably create some guidelines so it's not so long. Because a lot of times if I don't write it down and we're in deep conversation, I have nothing to say at the end because my brain is fogged. It's 10 o'clock at night and I don't know what I want to say now. So if I keep it more up front, then, but I do see what you're saying as a concern too. But I think it's courtesy to address people if they come and speak to us.
So we have.
You lose that sense of
So would you
protection.
would move it totally and we'd have no board comments at the end? Is that what people are saying?
I think both.
Were you saying split? You're saying split.
I'm kind of for split, but with guidelines, because I hear what he's saying, we could really drag it out.
So if the first one is after public comment, then I think our responses need to be limited to a certain time period as well.
And what Matt was saying too, with what you're saying, Kathy, is Matt saying stick to the people who showed up to comment with them. And then that's it. And then at the end, we do normal board comments. Is that what you were saying?
That's one way we could just do it. Just have it limited to what has happened so far in the meeting.
And then if there's no public comment, then we don't have any
Right.
board comment.
Right,
So if there's no public comments, then we don't have a board comment.
right.
That's what I think, but I'm just one person.
You're two.
Well, I
Or
guess
we-
there's also presentations that could be commented on at that point, and then it's just that much
What
less
you're
at the end.
What you're saying is if we split it, then it would only be in reference to responding to public comment.
But that doesn't address the fact that we wanted to give the student reps a chance to speak before 10 o'clock at night because
They can say whatever they want, though.
It would be both of those then? It would be the student rep speak and in our response to public comments?
I'm saying if we put it after the presentations, the last thing before closed meeting, you could comment on anything that happened so far in the meeting.
Oh, okay.
That'd be presentations and or public comment.
So if you wanted to recognize some of the presentations, you do that in the
Yeah,
first
right,
board comment.
exactly. Yeah, because they were here and they spent the time to be here, and we could thank them for coming, say whatever's appropriate for.
Which we usually
They
do
did.
that, but we do.
Not watching.
Well, usually we say
I
it
mean,
again at the
usually-
end when nobody's here.
And we often do that when
Oh,
they're
okay,
here. I'm
I'm sorry.
saying, we usually thank them for whatever they've done. I hear what you're saying, but again, when you have presentations, I'm pretty sure every single time there's a presentation, we verbally thank them.
You?
And we even say something many times or ask them questions or whatever. And the same thing when the students are there. The one point that you did make, which I think is very valid, you three have made it very well, is that sometimes we have public comments and it's like, we don't really respond to it. So, and they don't stay to the end of the meeting. And so they don't know if we're going to do anything about what they're concerned about. And I understand that. I do worry about it in a controversial issue. I agree, Ms. Davis I'll try not to go much longer. I'm a little concerned to say that there's a public comment and you may feel one way about it, Ms. Davis, and I may feel another way about it, and you may feel another way and so on. So we have maybe at least 2 or 3 different responses that we may have because we haven't discussed it. And that could be a little confusing to the public because we haven't discussed it. And if we wait till the end, I think it gives us time to reflect a little bit, because oftentimes when you hear a comment, you immediately, I know I've had several times that that's not right. You know what I mean? I immediately want to respond. And if I'm able to talk right away, I may say something, but then it may be something different. I'm a little afraid of continuity as far as the board and communicating to the public. It could become a little bit like, well, Mr. Roll said this, but Mr. Bush said this in response to mine, which was not the same. It would also put a little bit of pressure on us because if Ms. Hoover said something in response to a public comment that I disagreed with, I'm not going to want to say anything because of respect and because of the board. You see my concerns in that regard?
I have a different idea. How about if we solely let the student rep speak after after public comment? That way, like we have public comment and then the student.
That'd be fine.
And that, I mean, I think that's the main purpose, because initially we were finishing up at 8 or 8:30 and they were given a chance to talk, but lately they haven't had a chance to speak. And that's the whole point of them being here.
I want to be careful that because I do know that waiting at the end of board comments has protected me from not saying something stupid, reacting, right? I can appreciate that. But growing and maturing, I think that we need to have the freedom and the individuality to be different without and respecting each other and have different values in the county see that. I'm just wanting to be able to, I just think we need to be responsible enough to not react to those negative, if we have negative, but what about the people who are taking the time to come and they're the positive ones, which is the majority? And we can't address them because of the few that might want to cause controversy. I just think having the ability to address people is fair and courtesy.
Right, I do think it's demoralizing for people to take the time to come here, and then they just don't ever get a response. It's not really
Pointless, yeah.
feeling like they're having the interaction with their public officials that they probably want to have.
Okay, well, do I have a motion in this regard?
And I think Ed, I don't think I know that that was part of his reason of wanting to change it.
So I would not want to have two separate areas for comments. That's my personal. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm of the feeling that I agree with the students. I think that's absolutely no problem. I totally agree. Foolish to keep them here till 10:30, 11 o'clock. But I'm not so sure about having one session and we respond and then we do it again at the end. Once they finish.
Okay, hold on, I'm sorry. Can Ed speak for a second?
We didn't vote to allow him in the meeting.
To have him speak.
We didn't what?
We had
You have to vote to allow him in the meeting at the beginning if we're gonna do that.
this meeting.
I'll call him back.
Okay, we have, I'm with Ms. Hoover. I think it's absolutely fine to move the student reps to speak right after the presentation, but then I'd still like to hold off on the rest of the board comments to the end, but I'll respect the rest of the board and whatever the opinion is.
I'm okay with having board comments with that, but I just don't think there should be two board comments. I mean, if we want to do
Totally.
correct, either move it all but not have two. That's just,
Okay, what's the opinion of the board? We could hold off on this until Ed is here.
Ed's he already told me he's for what I just said, and Matt's for what I just said. So if we vote right now, it's gonna be that we have two. But we can wait till later to think on it maybe, because I don't want this to bite me in the butt and it be prolonged and dragged out. So I'm for, right now I stand for having two sessions, but I wanna maybe talk to you a little bit more and see why we shouldn't.
Yeah, it sounds like it's 2-2 right now anyway, so it's punt.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
It's 2-2 right now, so let's just punt until later.
We'll put it off till later?
Yeah.
All right. Shoot. All right, okay, we have one item left, I believe. And that is I've already talked to Colleen. Maybe I talked to Dr. Boyd also. I'm sorry, Ms. Davis. I've already talked to Ms. Davis and Dr. Boyd that we're only going to give a very brief report. We are not going to discuss it because that'll be at the work session. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, we'll start with Ms. Davis. Brief report about what we saw at Hopewell.
So I wrote like 3 pages. So to try to brief that, what I will just say is that I looked up today, the principal that they have at the school is a very strong individual as far as she stands. I shouldn't say is very strong. She stands very strongly with her decision to take phones out and do yonder bags. She's done it every way they have, and basically it's worked. And when I saw that, I also saw that that's what's going to be needed in order to make this successful. So we really need to have the buy-in from our principals and staff, because in the beginning it's going to be hellish. But in the long term, it's going to be rewarding. And that's all.
Dr. Boyd?
I totally agree with that. I think whatever approach we take, it has to be something that all of our stakeholders, or as best as we can possibly provide, most of our stakeholders buy into. I took a great appreciation for what we saw at Hopewell, with the acknowledgement that Hopewell is different than King George County. I totally agree with Ms. Davis in the sense that It has to be an all-in. And I know we've debated a little bit, and I don't mind saying, from a personal standpoint, I understand after that visit, understand the prohibit versus restrict conversation a little bit better. I think she being the principal, was very much, this has to be a restrict type of thing, no matter what approach you take, whether it's yonder bags or anything else, because of the fact that this very much is an addiction. I think we've all pointed to that at this point, and it's something that I think it's hard to allow a little bit here and take a little bit away there and allow a little bit here. She was very firm in saying that if you're going to do this, it's all in and it's everybody all in. You really have to hold the line, which I took a great appreciation for. And I think everybody that went on the trip took a great appreciation for. From a logistical standpoint, what we saw coming into that school would be a stark difference in King George County. So in other words, what I took from that deputy superintendent is, for many, many years, that school has been accustomed to entering a school through one entrance, going through metal detectors, or some form of that, and congregating outside and entering school and taking 25 to 30 minutes to enter school every day. You could tell that community was accustomed to that. And now if you look at what they had there, you had to go through the yonder bag process, you had to go through the weapons detection system, you had to go through, depending on where you were, the metal detector. All of those things were something that community was very accustomed to. I think that would be a new concept for rural King George County. One that I'm not saying we couldn't do, but one that we need to appreciate in the context of our community and what we are accustomed to in this community. But all in all, I think it was a good trip. I think it was time well spent, and I think we learned a lot from the experience. So.
And I'll be very brief because, again, this is just a report from those that were there. We'll have the discussion at the work session. But I like what I saw. I think any situation with the phones would be more, it's hard to be totally prohibitive, but you can be very, very restrictive. And I think they did about the best you could do with that. Mm-hmm. I like what I saw, but I think it's cost prohibitive. And I totally agree with you that if you don't have 100% buy-in from the administration and really from the teachers to some degree, but more from the administration, that it's going to be difficult to be successful. My biggest concern is the cost. I do think the yonder bags is not the total solution, but the yonder bags with the metal detectors, I think, as difficult as it is, I would still like us to do something like that. I really would, but cost-wise, I'm not sure. But I was happy with what I saw. I wasn't sure what it would look like. The idea is the kids are going to be visiting with one another much more. Even then, you still saw them talking, and there wasn't anybody I saw on their cell phones, even when they were waiting in line. Mm-hmm. And that was good. So anyway, I liked what I saw.
You want to report the findings of the 2 cell phones?
Well, no matter what, you're going to have students that are going to sneak things in. I think we already mentioned, you probably already heard, one of them, they hid it inside of a cereal box. Interesting. They did that even while
expensive cereal box.
Yeah, and then right in the middle of it was cell phone. Another one that was hidden
in the clothes.
Clothing. So anyway, that's enough on the reports, and we'll have a further discussion at the work session. Okay, committee reports. We'll start with Ms. Hoover.
I have none.
Mr. Rolls.
None.
Ms. Davis.
I do, finally. I forgot my tumbler, and I even wrote it in my, I'll just be quick. An update from the Chesapeake Bay Governor School for Marine and Environmental Science, one of 18 governor schools in Virginia that pulls from 13 districts within the Northern Neck. Dr. Boyd and I went to Bowling Green campus for a tour. We had our very own King Georgian student, senior Caitlin Murphy, and a King William senior, Chris Miller, to be our tour guides. We went throughout the school to watch the classrooms in live action. We were able to engage and ask questions as we observed the students learning to possess the research and technical skills to help make a difference for our rapidly changing environment. We listened to 2 presentations done by the seniors. Caitlin, again from King George, created a beginning stages of possible use of eutrophic, is that how you say it? Water. She created a process, I think 90 plants that have already developed roots, and created a system that would water the plants with eutrophic water to see if the plants would survive or not. And over a 2-week span, documented the growth and changes. I learned that these are just 2 fun facts. I learned that they don't call their field trips. They are called field studies or expeditions. Also, something that really stood out to me is that just because it's for marine and environmental science does not mean you can't use this career path for a variety of fields. One of the graduates wanted to be a lawyer, and now she is a lawyer for the EPA, and they are hiring. They have the same issues we do. They're looking for teachers. They're dealing with competition and teacher salary with Northern Virginia versus rural Virginia. And it's very challenging because we are rural and we are on the border of Northern Neck pay. And then I just wanted to, it's Dr. Strong, yeah, Jason. I think he's super smart, he's passionate, and he's truly engaged in seeing the success of these children. That's it.
Well, Dr. Boyd and I, we had a board meeting last time, the same time we had a lab school meeting, and so we missed that. But in reading some of the notes, things are progressing well to get to be starting in the fall, and they're doing everything that they need to do, and they're on schedule to do that. All right, superintendent's report.
For this evening, I just want to quickly share some correspondence we received from Senator Warner today. This is good news. So this time of year is always nice to have some good news. So this letter reads, I am pleased to extend my congratulations to you and the administrators, faculty, and staff of King George County Public Schools upon your district selection as one of the 2024 best communities for music education by the National Association of Music Merchants Foundation. This honor serves as a reflection of your dedication to making music instruction available to your students. Music education helps young people develop confidence and listening skills and spurs creativity and imagination. These attributes are sure to serve them well throughout their lives, guiding our young people and ensuring that they are equipped with all the tools they need to succeed is no small task. Your commitment to funding, staffing, and holding high standards for music instruction is sure to pay dividends for both your students and the Commonwealth for years to come. I applaud your dedication to your students and send my best wishes for a fulfilling end of the school year from Senator Mark Warner. So that is good news, and certainly was happy to share it with the board this evening. So thank you.
Outstanding. All right, board comments. Ms. Hoover.
I would just like to thank Sealston Elementary for coming out and leading us in the pledge. It was great to hear from the students. I would also like to congratulate Goodwill for the VSBA Honor Roll Award. And I wanted to recognize Dr. Mannanen and all those who put together the brief for the Virginia Literacy Act. That was very informative brief. I think that we have great assets here in the county with our teachers. And that's all.
Mr. Rolls?
It's late, so I'll say ditto to everything that Ms. Hoover just said. I appreciate all that as well. But it's great that we won the top 20 music award there for 2024. Didn't know that music could help you with your listening skills. I guess I probably should have done more music growing up. But other than that, I'll just say I had the pleasure of going to see the Newsies play this past Friday. Always do such a great job. I think I heard that we had over 60 in the cast for this play. I wonder if we've ever had that many before. That's really amazing to get that many kids together who are willing to give up that much time to, and who also have the talent to act, sing, and dance. I mean, it was very passionately delivered. I mean, I wanted to go on strike by the end of the first act. And then it was really a cool surprise for the second act that they had. The kids actually learned tap dancing. Just the amount of time and effort that went into that was impressive. It's really great to see.
David?
Did everything that was just said. And also, to keep it brief, 2 of our students from the Chesapeake Governor Bay School was actually in that not play, but musical, Caitlin and Danielle. So I just shout out, there might be more, but those were the 2 that I met that were actually in the play.
Good. All right, I agree with everything everybody said. Really appreciate also the work that Ms. Renko does. It's fantastic. And the reverse career fair with Goodwill helping with that. That was wonderful to hear that again. We keep hearing her name coming up. That's really good, what's going on. All right, I think that is all. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are adjourned.